At 13.2,
Well, we can just address that.
at that point, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Minute approval, regular council meeting minutes, April 9th, 2025, and April 23rd, 2025. And then also we have special council meetings for April 30th, 2025. Councilor Silver?
I will move them with, I guess one change on April 30th is removing Councillor Gender's name because he was unable to attend.
Everybody else, I'll call a question, all in favor? There is no public hearings today. Delegation, I guess we can do that with Hunter. Beth?
Test. Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. I only do have the one slide really to show the rough trends. So going back the past 5 years, as far as our incident report counts, we're looking at around between the 600 to 700 mark. Fluctuates a little bit up and down in between based on various circumstances. Oh, sorry, problems with the microphone.
Not bad, Mike, can you?
There we go. Okay, nope, now it's working. Yeah, so from 2020 to about 2023, we were steadily increasing in the amounts of our file counts, peaking in 2023 with 690. Same thing with BOLOs, which stands for Be on the Lookout. Usually information that's coming in from either the RCMP or some of our other enforcement partners that affects our area. Just things for us to be on the lookout for, basically what it stands for. With a high of 8 being issued in 2024. Incident reports are slightly down after 2020 to 2021 and proceeding. Based on, in 2020, was the last year where we entered our tickets into the Omnigo system that does all of our file tracking. That would kind of break it down a lot more. And we would go and create file incident reports for all those tickets as well. So when we switched to e-ticketing in 2021, we, instead of having to create files for each ticket like before, it moved to a completely separate system. But based on just an increase in complaints, we still saw the 600 within that 600 to 700 mark. So just because we took the tickets out, we still saw an increase in the amount of files that we were getting and the amount of complaints that were coming into our department. As far as trends go, animal control files have been steadily increasing each year with a high of 52 last year in 2024. Officers have had an increased collaboration with RCMP as assist police files have jumped from an average of 10 per year from 2020 to 2023 to a total of 27 files in 2024. County building alarm calls spiked from an average of 2 per year to 22 in 2024. Criminal code theft spiked to 8 in 2024 that we had to deal with and assist the RCMP with. CVSA out of service has increased with a high of 27 last year. So going back the past 5 years, we're seeing more out of service vehicles from our inspections that we're doing. Road use agreement files have decreased due to Public Works taking over most of the file creation now. And then as we start to kind of shift into that potential new system they'll be taking over. So we've been noticing a downward turn in that regard. However, inspections have increased with a high of 37 heavy haul inspections in 2024. Parking files have also jumped from an average of 8 per year to 20 in 2024. And off-highway vehicle files have also significantly increased. So we're seeing more of those. And all the specific files as well. Michelle, I gave you a Excel spreadsheet that actually did break it down here as well. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So it does kind of break it down a little bit more there as well. Collaboration with other agencies has significantly increased from an average about 3 per year to 27 last year. And well site abandonments have also decreased. So we're not getting as much notification on well site abandonments anymore. And then moving on to the ticket and warning front, unfortunately, our Smart Squad software that is our e-ticketing vendor, they don't allow us to have a nice spreadsheet and graph to be able to show, but I can give a breakdown of the numbers. So in 2021 is when we adopted the system. We had 2 CPOs with appointments at that time and 1 bylaw officer. So with those numbers, we had 126 tickets for the year with 52 warnings. In 2022, our 3rd officer managed to get their appointments. So we had 3 people with their appointments able to write traffic tickets. We went from 138 tickets to 197 warnings. In 2023, that was when we brought on our bylaw officer to alleviate some of the file pressure so that we could be a little bit more proactive on the traffic side of things, as well as the road protection and infrastructure protection side. There we see a jump from 272 tickets and 353 warnings. And 2024 with 372 tickets and 540 warnings. Going into this year so far, we're sitting at a mark of 178 tickets and 466 warnings so far. So as you can kind of tell from our stats, we write as many tickets or as many warnings, as we do tickets, if not more so. So we do try and be very much on the education side of things when we are interacting with the public in our area. I can also attribute a lot of the increase in the stats for tickets and warnings to officers getting more familiar with the legislation, as we had some new members coming on during that time period, as well as access to more training such as weights and dimensions, cargo securement, dangerous goods, and as I mentioned, being more familiar with the different legislations that we enforce. So being able to pick up on more violations that you're seeing on the roadways. As far as just general trends that we're seeing across the board, we just did finish our spring CBSA check where we had the Alberta Sheriffs come in, as well as some of our municipal partners from the region. I did manage to discuss current trends with all of them as well, and we're all in agreement that we're having a sharp increase in the amount of no insurance tickets and observations when we're dealing with people. A lot more no registration is being found on the road where people just either forget or don't have it and allow it to lapse, as well as suspended drivers. We're seeing a lot more suspended drivers on the road now than we did in previous years. We also have an increase in the amount of people fleeing, where before we would only get about 2 or 3 a year, to now we're getting 2 or 3 a month running from us, which then turns into a file and we coordinate with the RCMP on that front. So we're seeing just the sign of the times, I want to say, that if it comes to putting food on the table, people aren't going to be paying their insurance if it means being able to feed their families. So that's what we've been seeing out there on the road. I don't know if if any of you have any questions about how things are.
Councillor Gender did have his hand up.
With the lenient approach that you're taking, with your lenient approach that you're taking, have you seen kind of more respect, or say like along to comply along with yourselves?
So it's been about the same. What we've found, especially in our region, in comparison to some of the bigger city areas, people are pretty respectful when they deal with us. Can be a little bit different as we're dealing with some people that are from like outside of the region, but actually people from the Stettler area, we find have been very good to deal with. But there has been an increase in, shall I say, that respect factor when we're dealing with people from, say, the larger cities. You're definitely starting to see a pattern of lesser compliance, shall I say, just based on trends in law enforcement that you can see across North America right now. Yes, Councillor Stevens.
I appreciate the leniency approach. All too often in some of the larger urban centers, and this became all over the headlines and news with photo radar, it's viewed as a new form of revenue. So actually seeking to make sure that it's safe, whether that be through warning or follow-up tickets if it persists. I like that approach because it's not used as a revenue stream. It is used as a safety measure, and that's the true intent. So.
Yes, thank you for that. So with our department, we do really try and promote education above all things. And then if the need requires, then yes, write a ticket if need be. But officer discretion, all of us are pretty similar in that regard, where we don't want to have to write you a ticket. If we can get away with just having a warning, having a good conversation, everyone moving on with their day, and everyone is happy, that's the route that we try and direct people to.
This goes back more to your report that's, as part of our package, but your commercial or your vehicle stops,
Yes.
there was a lot of trucks were not fit. A lot of units were not fit. I noticed on that report, when you did your totals.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And what happens with, do they have a certain time period? Are they towed, or are they do they have to go to the nearest service bay, or what happens to those trucks when that happens?
So it depends a little bit whether they're out of service or just requires attention. So if it requires attention, they're allowed to finish out whatever trip that they're doing, whatever haul that they're doing. But then before that next dispatch, it's expected that they go and do the repairs that we outlined to them. Out of service is a little bit different, where these are major safety items. So they're parked until they can get a mechanic to come out and basically give them that check that you're safe to proceed forward from that point.
Yeah, because I just, on the level ones, it seemed to be a fairly high amount that were out of service.
Yes, and we're seeing that stat across the province on the commercial vehicle side of things, where there's more and more out of service vehicles being found. And I think that's also just a sign of the times that we're living in. It's expensive to maintain these vehicles, especially when they're continuously going on the roads. So business owners have to prioritize where their money goes. So, yeah.
Which is after Humboldt, and I know the follow-ups of that is a concern. Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I agree. And to let them finish taking their load. If it isn't earth shattering, gonna be a traffic hazard, get their load hauled and then get it fixed. A lot of people have a lot of respect for that. And you always got to get some that are unhappy with you anyhow, but overall, in the farming community, which I live in, no, you're doing a pretty good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, we do try and work with our farmers as well, especially during road ban season. If farmers work and live on a road ban road, we're pretty good at trying to get them some way to access their properties so that they can go and do their job. At the end of the day, we're protecting the roads for them. So we try and go above and beyond to make sure that they can get where they need to go.
Any other questions? Good.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make note that Wood County last year did try to run a free inspection service at the shop for basically farming vehicles. And we tried a couple times and couldn't get any participants. So we have tried that service in the past, but it's just not working out.
Councilor Stevens?
On the free inspection side, are we still doing that for the Clearview buses as well?
So that has kind of taken a fun little bit of a turn, where before the sheriffs would deal with a lot of it, and now that Sheriff Munden's retired from our area, I'm the only one now in our region that can go and inspect school buses. So I do still do it when time allows, but it's nowhere near as much as I would like it to be. So we do still follow up with them. Clearview has been fantastic about organizing and being compliant. I think in all the inspections I've done, there's only been one out of service out of 30 some inspections I've done over the past few years. So even just statistically wise, they're doing a pretty bang up job.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Under new business, request for decision 7.1 re-proclamation of Seniors Week, page 18 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Nikki speak to this one.
Good morning. Good morning. Seniors Week 2025 is scheduled for the first full week of June annually, and it'll be June 2nd to 8th this year. Historically, we have provided fruit trays, and our council members have gone to their associated communities to celebrate Seniors Week with our rural seniors at their clubs. And this year, we're asking if you would like to do the same. We also partner with the town of Stettler to provide fruit trays and some luncheons at the town of Stettler Seniors Centers facilities that are under the County of Stettler Housing Authority. And so we are looking to proclaim June 2nd to 8th, 2025 Seniors Week, if you so desire.
Councilor Grover,
I'll move that.
any questions, concerns? All the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Thank you, Nikki. 7.2, request for decision re-proclamation of Rural Health Professionals Week, page 20 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Nikki speak to this one.
So Alberta Rural Health Week is pretty important in our area, considering over the last 12 months, we've faced an unprecedented shortage of doctors in our own community here, and we've also taken some unprecedented steps to recruit for our region. Annually, this event, Alberta Rural Health Week, is the last full week of May, and this year it is scheduled for May 26th to 30th. So again, we're looking for council's direction.
Councilor Stevens,
I'll move that the County of Stettler proclaims May 26th to 30th Alberta Rural Health.
call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, 7.3, request for decision. Oh, no, does that wait till noon for the anniversary?
Yes, we have a delegation coming in.
We didn't have that as written as a delegation, so. But I'm sorry for going that far even into it. It's usually noon. 7.4, request for decision, redirect control permit.
Yeah,
And we need to wait for Craig for that.
We're just waiting for Craig or Rich to come down. I think Andrew just notified him.
So, we move to the CAO report, page 11.1, 54 of our package.
I think he'll be right here.
We'll wait then.
Yeah, if not, I do have Kara here today. Yeah, I saw Greg on. I didn't know if she'd left with him. One of the things I wanted to highlight in my report is, of course, the women in trades that Kara worked very hard on with Clearview. And I think the event was a great success. I attended it on the last day, and I couldn't believe the number of people that participated. But I've asked Kara here today to let you guys know how it went and how she saw it, and maybe some of the work she put into it.
All right, well, thank you very much for the opportunity to share the outcomes of our Young Women in Trades and Technology workshop. Earlier this year, the county had been approached by Careers the Next Generation Foundation, which is a organization that works to pair young people with potential employers. And one of the initiatives that they have is their Young Women in Trades and Technology workshop, in which they try to break down the barriers and give young women the courage and confidence to explore a career in a non-traditional role, such as trades or technologies. The county is uniquely positioned to be participating in an organization or in a workshop such as this, because we're able to highlight many different trades within the umbrella of our organization. So just briefly, within the county, we were able to highlight our various administrative roles with corporate services, our CAO communications, our parts professionals, our automotive mechanics, heavy duty mechanics, our welding and fabrication shop, fire services, protective services, equipment operating, our utilities professionals, and our agricultural department. Normally, when these workshops are held with other organizations, they're able to highlight one, maybe two of those trades in the time frame that they are given for their workshop, and we were able to highlight them all. So the workshop was held over 2 days. The first day was a classroom portion of the workshop in which we focused on the health and safety and the requirements that would be expected, the responsibilities that would be expected of individuals working within the industrial environment. We started with an outline of the occupational health and safety legislation, the requirements, and tried to highlight the fact that regardless of what environment these young workers are ending up in, that there are requirements and legislation in place to protect their health and safety while they are on the workplace. And we really tried to underscore that safety becomes everybody's responsibility. We then moved through hazard identification, assessment, and control, and how important that becomes as we move through our days at the county. And then we finalized that portion of the day with an online course for lawn maintenance professionals, which would be an entry-level position that we would ask our young students and young entry-level employees. We would put them in those lawn maintenance roles typically. So they were able to participate in what that role looks like. They did get a certification from that, and that course we were able to offer at no cost through Alberta Municipal Health and Safety. It's an initiative of the province. So each of the girls was able to complete that course. They did take home a certification with them that they can take then to other environments that they may work in. The afternoon of our first day, we did ask that our women that are working within the county, they joined us for lunch, and we were able to share some discussions and invitations to the girls and let them know what the entire falls within the umbrella of the county and all the different opportunities that we do offer within the local government. And it was really interesting to see when the girls first came into the lunchroom, they all kind of clustered together at one end of the table and were discussing. And then we went through the round of introductions, and the county staff just kind of wiggled their ways in between them, and were able to break down those barriers and have some really inspiring conversations about what their roles are. There's a lot of things that the county does that people are not necessarily aware of internally. And so this was a really great opportunity for those young women to learn and see where they go and where they could get their start. The goal of the first day was just to break the ice and let the girls become accustomed to the environment, to recognize the faces that they'd be working with on day two, and to just become more aware, give them a chance to formulate those questions that we would hope that we would then see during the second day of the workshop in a less formal setting. And then once we finished lunch, we took the girls, Protective Services was gracious enough to loan us two of their officers, Robin and Aislinn, and they transported the girls downtown where we were able to purchase steel toe boots for each of the participants. The girls were also given a swag bag, a treat bag, that had all of the protective equipment that they would need. They were given coverall, safety vest, hearing protection, eye protection, and other various county swag. to help them navigate through their time with the county. That was a really fun day. Protective Services really shone because it gave the girls an opportunity to see that there are women in that role, and they were able to ask all the questions. Our county staff were obliging enough to arrest several of the girls and put them in the back seats of the cruisers with the handcuffs, which seemed to be a very enjoyable experience for everyone. Interestingly enough, some of the girls had already had interactions with Protective Services, and they were able to share those and recognize that actually our peace officers are not the horrible monsters that they have maybe been depicted to be. So it was really fun, and it was a really great opportunity for those girls to break down the ice. So when we came in on day 2, everybody was already feeling comfortable with one another. There was some laughing and joking, and we were able to move directly into the kind of the meat of the workshop. We were very intentional throughout the workshop to maintain regular operations throughout the operations department and the shop, so that all of our participants were able to see what an active industrial environment in the local government would look like. We didn't change any of our regular maintenance duties or anything that we were going in. So we had equipment moving in and out of the shop and in and out of the yard the entire day, so that we were able to see exactly what the hazards would be and how they would navigate those. Safety was always our first priority, so at no point were any of our participants or their representatives left unattended. And we had mentors and group leaders with them the entire time, so we were able to continue to share our knowledge and our professionalism, but also to make sure that there wasn't anybody wandering into areas that would have caused additional harm. So like I said, each participant was able to leave with a full kit of personal protective equipment and the foundation of what a safety foundation would look like in the industrial environment. On day 2 of the workshop, we worked with a practical demonstration and mentorships with our employees. We started each session with a toolbox meeting and a hazard assessment, field level hazard assessment. And then they worked through, we had 8 participants. They were broken into groups of 2. Each one was given a group leader and a mentor. And we traveled then throughout the shop and the yard for a period of an hour and 45 minutes, almost 2 hours with each station. Station 1 was set up in the mechanics bay, where Tanner is our automotive mechanic. He's currently now taking his apprenticeship for heavy duty mechanic. And he did have a passenger vehicle on the hoist, and participants were able to change the tires. They took a tire off, they put the tire back on, and then they were able to diagnose a electrical fault within that particular vehicle. And then once they had finished, they moved through that task very quickly. There was lots of giggling and laughing as we went through that, and then was able to show them some of the other maintenance that was going on in the shop. Some of the girls expressed interest in becoming parts people, so we were able to tour them through the parts room and share the knowledge that we have there and how people came into their careers, the schooling and education that they had to take. And there was a lot of feedback on that and requests if we would take on apprenticeships for that role. Station number 2 was in the welding and fabrication bay, where the girls were able to actually weld. They were given some coupons and they welded their initials and little designs on their coupons. Mark was able to lead that station. He was well prepared with exactly what the timeframes were, how the apprenticeship programming works, what the expected wages could be for people entering into the trade, and what his experience was through there. So the welding bay was one of the highlights of the girls' days at the county. They really enjoyed being in the welding bay. Station 3, we moved through firefighting and protective services, where they were given a hands-on orientation to the fire apparatus. They were given the opportunity to don and doff a SCBA. Tried to do some push-ups, which was harder than they maybe anticipated that to be. And again, that was where we had the opportunity to experience what it felt like to be sprayed with pepper spray and handcuffed, and the sirens and the loudspeaker. And it was really a fun opportunity for each of the girls. Fire services allowed them to use the fire tray and extinguishers, and they were able to extinguish fires that way. And then when time allowed, they were able to use a pressurized fire hose. And they did some dust control out in the yard. At one point, there was a stream heading straight up into the air. It was quite entertaining. Station 4 was our heavy equipment station where Trin and Dan were able to help us with, they had the track hoe, this brand new skid steer, and one of our graders. And the girls were not aware that we were going to give them the opportunity to actually operate that equipment. They thought they were just going to walk around it and kick some tires, and we put them in the driver's seat and let them experience hands-on what that would feel like. There was a lot of people, the skid steer was by far the favorite, but then the grader we put them in the new 14M, and they were able to do some circles and try that out. And that was, I think we may have changed some opinions on what equipment operation careers might look like. The goal of our equipment operators was to at least sway at least half of the participants into becoming equipment operators. I don't know if they exactly accomplished that, but they certainly came close. So throughout the entire workshop, the atmosphere was meant to be one of excitement and learning and encouragement. We had our wonderful mentors and group leaders really shone through it. It was really fun to watch all of the professionals that work for the county share their passion and their skills. I think we often lose sight of how much fun it can be to work for a municipality such as ours, and that really shone through when we had the opportunity to do that. The girls were able to take home their PPE, and that was something that provided an immediate impact for some of these people, because they have been working part-time jobs trying to save for this PPE or this personal protective equipment that they've been unable to afford. So we were able to supply that, which has then taken some of the barriers away from them in their everyday life as well. So it was a really successful partnership. We learned some lessons. There's some things that we would do differently if we were to host it again, but it was overall a really fun experience, very well received. We did have representatives from Clearview School Division, from Careers Next Generation, all very, very happy with the outcomes of that result, and very, very grateful for the ability to partner with the county.
Good. How many total were students, and how many were in your pictures were mentors, etc.?
So the pictures in your package are all of the students, but we did have 8 participants. All of them were from the Clearview School Division, the majority from William E. Hay, and I think 2 from the Outreach School. The mentors that we had working with the county, we had Farah, Sophia, Courtney, and Aaron and Brooklyn working as our equipment operators. Mentors, Krista, Yvette, and Carly and Christy were able to share from the administrative side of things. Rob and Aislinn were our peace officers. Elizabeth as our firefighter, along with Troy, Greg, Dan, Brandon, and Trin were our equipment operators, mentors, and we had Mark, Steve, and Tanner in the welded bay and mechanic shop. We did have as many as we could possibly include in the workshop. We did try to highlight the non-traditional roles, which is why we focused on having the women and as mentors for these girls, letting them know that a lot of the county employees, they maybe started their careers with one intention of where they were going to end up in life, and then as life plays out, that we do have options to make changes and focus on full life safety and in full life learning.
Any other questions for Karen? That looked like a great couple days.
Very good, very good. Like to see this.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And that's another feather in the hat for the county by the looks of that. So.
Yeah, they did a great job. Everyone involved did a great job, and it was really great to see. Girls really looked happy, well informed. Probably opened up their eyes to a little different futures for them, maybe. Hopefully. Yeah.
I'll pass on some info after the meeting, but there's some grants for safety courses. If any of these girls are interested, they can get all their safety courses covered right now. there, as well as PPE. A lot of that can be covered right now by grant money, especially for, there's an emphasis on getting more women into the trade. So it opens up some additional eligibility.
I think on day one, when the girls were leaving, they seemed a little bit shell-shocked at the opportunities that were actually available to them, and the opportunities that we were able to present it. I think unanimously they would have liked to spend more time at each station.
That shows a good leadership.
I think so. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so now we'll step back to 7.4.
Yeah, please.
Request for decision, redirect control permit, page 32 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the issue is to consider a development permit application for a council-approved use under the direct control sand, gravel, and surface mineral district. The options for consideration are that council approves the development permit application as presented in the attached draft development permit, or council approves the development permit application subject to amendments to the attached draft development permit, or that council refuse the development permit application. So the application is for the northeast of 253421 to operate a sand, gravel, and surface mineral and extraction operation. So the subject property is located approximately 6 miles southwest of the village of Big Valley and a mile west of Scholar Road. Subject property is currently a mix of reclaimed areas, stockpiles of crushed gravel, large stone, and overburden of topsoil and clay. The undeveloped area of the property is mostly flat, and some areas are fenced off currently for grazing purposes. Surrounding properties are comprised of pasture land, oil and gas operations, and a gravel pit to the north. Andrew, can I get you to scroll to Appendix A of the document? So as you can see in Appendix A, it consists of a 2 hectare open pit operating area. That's phase 3 on the development plan map. A 2.4 hectare area of aggregate topsoil stockpiles. That's to be used in the reclamation. And a 10 hectare reclaimed area that has already been reclaimed because it's been mined out and is no longer going to be part of the operation. The disturbance area will be developed in 2 phases. The applicant plans to sequence the extraction and reclamation. What that means is as they're digging and they're done with the first phase 3, they'll reclaim that as they move on to phase 4. There's an estimated 40,000 cubes of gravel reserves in the area, identified as phase 3 and 4 on the development plan. Primary site activities will include dry excavation, material crushing and screening, stockpiling, material hauling, and a possible asphalt plant. The aggregate is proposed to be stockpiled on site to be hauled off when sold. Equipment that will be used throughout the project includes loaders, skid steers, dozers, rock trucks, and crushing and screening equipment. Truck box spraying may take place, and if it does, it will only be undertaken in the designated areas. The following activities have not been proposed in this. It's wet excavation, concrete production, and a mixing of salt with aggregate. The applicant intends to only develop the site as needed to supply orders for gravel from prospective customers. The hauling of gravel from the site will be on an as-needed basis. At peak hauls, no more than 15 loads per day are expected to leave the site. So as I said, there is a stockpile of gravel on the site. It's about 4,640 cubes of aggregate. And that, once this permit has been issued, that gravel is already sold and it'll be hauled off. The original depth of excavation on the site was approximately 7 meters. As I said earlier, it's a dry pit only. There will be no wet pit activities proposed for this site. That means excavation only takes place above the water table. So as you can see in the site plan, there's an abandoned well and some pipeline right-of-ways that are there on the property. So all of the development areas are outside of those right-of-ways. So no worries about issues there. If I can get Andrew to go back to the site photos. So that's a picture of the stockpile of the crushed gravel, and if you scroll down a little bit, that's what the reclaimed areas look like currently. And one more down, I think. Sorry, that's the stockpile, and the other picture was of the stockpile of topsoil that they're going to use when they reclaim the rest of the pit. So the subject property is located within the direct control district for sand, gravel, and surface mineral district of the land use bylaw. And we're familiar with the definition of it, and the use does meet the definition of that. They do have their AEPA authorization. It was renewed September 24th of 2024. The hours of operation for the pit are standard with our requirements under the direct control district. There are no wetlands on site, and there will be no operation below the water table, so they don't need a wetland study. Historical Resources Act, they do have their permit through them. That was renewed on June 10th, 2024. Because there are no residences within 400 meters of the proposed pit, they didn't have to do a visual impact or air quality or noise study. There was Aptus Engineering prepared their traffic study for their haul routes. There were no safety concerns pointed out. Key findings were that the roads proposed to be used are low traffic roads, and the pit is not expected to produce more than 15 trucks per day. Dust control will be part of the road use agreement and will be on an as-need basis by the county. And reclamation, if I can get you to go to Appendix B, Andrew. So the intended purpose is, once the pit has been completely mined out, will be to return it to grassland with a maximum of 3-to-1 slopes, as you can see in the cross sections there. The reclamation will recontouring and sloping of each phase will start prior to the commencement of the subsequent phase. So as one part is developed, the old mine will be reclaimed at that 3-to-1. Appendix B shows proposed reclamation cross sections. The cost of reclamation is subject to economic fluctuation, may change over the years. The operator must follow the requirements of the code of practice, which includes the provision of new securities no later than 5 years the previous pit registration has occurred. The onus is on the applicant to comply with the provincially regulated code of practice requirements. The amount of security currently submitted to AEPA for this site is $124,490, and it covers 10 hectares. This covers the current operation of the pit. For the 2 proposed future phases, an additional security of $97,058 will need to be submitted. This will cover the total cost of reclamation. Duration of the permit, due to the planned development of the pit, it's only going to be mined out on an as-needed basis. There's no plan to start operation right away. So it's expected that it'll take some time to mine this out, so we're recommending a 10-year duration of the permit. Conditions for the permit are pretty standard with our gravel pits. Just speak on the development is restricted to the development area identified on the site plan. A buffer of a 3-meter excavation and develop around the development area boundary. Their hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Friday, and 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturdays and Sundays. But the county does have the discretion to allow hauling outside of that, at the council's discretion. And dust control is at the discretion of the county as well. And finally, the reporting, the first annual report must be provided before September 30th, 2025, and reported each year after that. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, just want to clarify the dust control. It's to be done by the applicant or developer, but at the discretion of the county, correct?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I got a list. How come we're giving them a 10-year? Why would it not be a 5-year like some of the other ones?
So with this pit, because they don't have a plan to start mining right away, it's kind of on a as-needed basis. So because of that nature, it may take them 10 years. It may take them even longer to actually get all of the gravel reserves out. So it's not an operation where it's a gravel company who's going to be actively working on this right away.
And the other one was the dust control. We make Starland hauls out of there. We haul out of there. Everybody waters when they're hauling. I think that should be part of the agreement. I'm not against mining gravel out of there. And I'd be hard pressed to have anybody to point out where all the oil lines are in the Big Valley area, because they run all over. There's no plan to some of them, they dig them up. That's all. Reclamation, have they got a reclamation certificate for the other stuff?
They do, and they paid.
So we're probably working with a straight up operation. What else? Oh, yeah, the road use agreement, they signed it. Yes?
The hauler gets the road use agreement. So if it's Starland County, yes, they have a road use agreement.
Well, it's Starland, so it's going, all this stuff's going south, not going on Hall Road.
It depends who he sells the gravel to, but right now he's using the Scholard Road, which is the haul route.
Yes.
And Starland does have a road use agreement.
So if Starland hauls out of his pit, they have a thing. Any other person hauling south over that road don't have a agreement, right?
Not that I'm aware of right now. Maybe,
Nobody has an agreement.
You would have to get.
yeah, they'd have to get one.
You'll have to come back in if that isn't going to Starland, right?
Right.
So, the crushing hours
Monday to Friday,
on
7.
complaint basis, or what are we doing?
Well, their permit, it is listed that their hours to be able to crush are Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and Saturdays and Sundays, 7 to 5.
Great, Saturday, okay. That's about all I got. Go ahead. I don't know.
I just had a question to Rich. I apologize. I missed it when I read it originally. So I thought on all the other gravel pits, we were basically leaving Sunday to the discretion of the county.
It is just Saturdays in the condition.
Right, sorry, mine.
Just Saturday? Okay. Maybe that's why I didn't miss it.
That's why new eyebrows raised.
Yeah, got a couple of them. But you can see it's condition 5.
If there's another contractor hauling out of there, you'll have to have a road use agreement with the county of Stettler.
Yes.
Because Levi, I think, I don't know, you hear all this stuff, you never know what is what. But Starland hauling out of there, they already have an agreement with
Yes.
us. But the other ones don't. So
I'm pretty sure Wally's Backhoe Services does have a road use agreement, but they're going north
Out of
on
that
Scholar,
pit?
not out of this pit.
He has a road use agreement, but he jumps right out onto the highway, so it's totally null and void.
He is mining one of these pits south of Big Valley, but he's hauling north on the Scholar Road to 590.
And he's got a road use agreement.
Yes.
Oh, I just want to make sure because it's my backyard and I want to make sure that, everybody plays by the same rules and stuff like that. I think that's about it. If he's got a reclamation against on that other one, that's a good deal. Not all of them do. And if there's another truck's going to haul out of there, then they have to have a road use agreement with the county of Stettler, and the rest of them will all have to haul up the Scholar Road, right? On the haul road.
I think I would be safe in saying.
That's the way it is. I'm good with it.
The county settlers had a good relationship with Hermes's, and they've operated their pits very well.
And that the road study that they provided as part of this identifies that the traffic is directed to Scholar Road.
Good.
Any other questions?
No.
No. You make the motion to option number
What
one?
do you want the motion to say?
Yeah, it's not completely in front of us.
What I would do.
Option one, Andrew?
That's staff recommendations. I represent.
As long as that's what's listed,
That's it.
call the question. All in favor?
And that's carried. So in bylaws, is that Rich also, like, or?
Yeah, I can do that.
All right. So we move to 10.1 bylaws 1745-25 land use bylaw amendment, first reading and scheduled public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's to consider a land use bylaw amendment to rezone two parcels of land in the southwest of 143819 west of the 4th from public service to country residence agricultural. The applicant is intending to use the parcels to place a dwelling which is not a permitted use in the current zoning of the properties. So the recommendation is that council gives first reading to bylaw 1745-25, or that council amend bylaw 1745-25, then give it first reading as amended, or council defeat the first reading of the bylaw and that council schedule a public hearing for June 11th, 2025 at 1 p.m. Bylaw 1745-25 proposes to rezone the two 1-acre portions of the southwest 143819 west of the 4th, identified as certificate of title number 232-045-628 and certificate of title 222-162-918. The lots are currently owned by the province of Alberta and is the former site of the Pine Lake Community Center. The purpose of the Country Residence Agricultural District is to provide for the development of country residents in a rural setting, either on a standalone parcel or in a serviced or unserviced multi-lot subdivision. The range from parcel size accommodates the keeping of livestock and other minor agricultural pursuits. The subject properties are made up of two 1-acre parcels. It's the former site of the community center and has been left vacant for many years. The loan structure on the property is in complete disrepair. Adjacent properties are a mix of residential and agricultural uses, and the rezoning is in conjunction with a development permit that has been applied for on the subject property to construct a detached dwelling. So on the map, you can see it's the two 1-acre lots that we're looking to rezone in the hashed area there. So the proposed bylaw will be advertised and notices will be sent out in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. A public hearing on the bylaw will be scheduled for June 11th, 2025. Council meeting, notice of the bylaw and public hearing will be sent to landowners, adjacent landowners to the subject lots, and will be advertised in the Independent. And there is no financial commitment from the county in conjunction with this.
Thank you, Rich.
Councillor Stevens?
Is 1 acre going to be enough for the water and septic that they're going to be needing?
So the 2-acre part of the development permit, I believe we are going to require them to consolidate those two parcels into one. They can use a holding tank or a field system, but not an open discharge on this lot.
We had a difficult time getting the provincial government to consolidate the titles because they didn't want to pay. And so now that this parcel has the promise of being sold, we'll put it in the development.
Councillor Gender?
With a field system and then also an existing well, will they be able to have enough distance between the two of them to separate?
They're, depending on where the well is located, I know there's a well on the property, but I believe that it has been decommissioned. I don't believe it's an operating well, but again, that would have to be part of whoever the installer is that put that system in. They would have to determine that.
Thank you.
But they can't put it in, run it into a tank and haul it, right?
Yeah, they can use a holding tank for sure.
Councillor Gender?
So go to first reading, please.
And public hearing on June 11th at 1 p.m.
Yes, please.
Or can we, yeah, we need to have a public hearing. Okay. Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Thanks, Rich. Okay, back to the Chief Administrator's Officer's report. We had a very in-depth piece on the careers of next generation with ladies in trades. Is there any other questions on the CAO report? Very thorough. Move it, Councilor Grover. Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Financial reports, 11.2.1, we have accounts payable register, page 105. 11.2.2, bank reconciliation, March 31st, 2025. Page 114, 11.2.3, year-to-date budget, page 115. Any questions on those? Councilor Stewart,
I'll move the financials as presented.
call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Councilor fee sheets, page 128 of the package. Any questions on any of those? Councilor Gender,
Move as presented, please.
call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Council committee reports is fairly limited this month. We had Councilor McKay with Stettler Waste Authority and Councilor Spielberg with Stettler Public Library Board and Stettler Town Country Museum. Is there any questions or additions on those? Or any other reports that have been filed as verbals? Councilor Jenner?
On the Stettler Waste Management, when are we going to be increasing the costs that we have presented to, say, like our, the rest of the boards, please?
Thank you, Councilor Grover. That will be up for
That's Councilor Jenner.
discussion. Gender? Oh, my God. I didn't get some sleep. I apologize. That we've committed to the next joint meeting with the town, I think in early September, and at that time, administration fees for all the entities that we work on together are supposed to be a lengthy discussion between the two councils. I did notice that on Councilor McKay's report, it says that we basically charge 8,400. It should be 80. I think it's 84,000.
Yeah, just a zero type.
Yeah, we're missing a few $1,000s there. It's not quite as bad as it looks.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a pretty sweet deal.
So until I think that we have that meeting, would be my guess that we wouldn't do anything to adjust fees until that time.
Very likely it could be brought up into the next budget then.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I would say at the latest, we would want it in the 2026 budget.
Because we've always felt for the last couple of years that, we needed to adjust these amounts to reflect the budget. And then, of course, that offsets our expenses when we're budgeting. So,
It was very decent of our partnering, saying that we are shortening ourselves, that we should be raising the price.
yeah, everybody worked on this. I thought that everyone did a great job of getting together all the costs. We're tracking them now monthly. We've got a very good handle on how much time we're spending. I have a really good handle on how much time I'm spending on the take it or leave it building. To the point where I want to move it, but yes, we're making, I'm really proud of staff. They're doing a great job of keeping track of, how much time they're spending and with equipment and other, because the county can offer a lot of benefits. Right?
Thank you.
I just a couple comments on those of mine. We didn't have meetings, but Shirley McClellan Regional Water Services Commission, just so if there's people watching and seeing construction ongoing up along Highway 53 and north, just any updates on, I saw in the engineer's report in your report, but just to bring it out, we are started construction on that.
Yes.
And proposed, finish date to Roslyn and Balf is
Later this fall.
later in 25.
It's a tight schedule, but it is currently projected as the end of this fall.
And then just physician recruitment and acquisition or pardon me, physician recruitment. We should have had a meeting this month. It was canceled though. And there's a lot of things, a lot of irons in the fire we're working through. And we've been touring some doctors and I think some good news for our community, but we are supposed to be having a subcommittee meeting coming up. And then we will be back to our next meeting the end of this month. So just to keep everybody, just to inform people that doctor recruitment is alive and well and we are being successful.
Yeah, we did finally get interest from a GPA, which was the big bottleneck currently. So
That looks very positive. Anything for Councillor Stolberg's reports? Was there any questions or any updates? Any information?
No, I'm gonna throw James under the bus because he offered to do FCSS and I see it didn't come. So. But anyway, no.
Is there any high notes from FCSS that should be?
Well, they're extremely busy. It's unreal actually, and they were getting people wanting to. Typically, they close from 12 to 1 for lunch, and now they are remaining open through lunch hour to handle the extra busyness. And when there was the fire in Stettler on those residences, immediately the next day, people were there for help too. So no, other than that, it's and of course they're involved in quite a bit of partnering too with Volunteer Week and different things, Senior Week and all that coming up. But no, the office I think is just seeing a lot of traffic for sure.
Yeah, you can thank Mr. Nyberg for getting thrown further into the bus.
Yeah.
always easier to blame those that can't defend themselves.
I know. I felt pretty safe doing that.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I'll move to receive these for information and reports.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Consent agenda items.
There's a few.
That we should be.
Of course, a letter from Municipal Affairs, which was a follow-up when we met with Minister McIver, who is now the Speaker of the House. A letter from the Summer Village of White Sands from our joint request for funding for doctor recruitment. We also received a letter from the Stettler Handy Bus. This was a complete surprise to me. We had no previous communication that there was an issue, but I think the letter is pretty self-explanatory, and I think the ladies handled it very well. Yeah. Alberta Health, talking about the Nursing Week declaration, because nurses are very important to us. The Stettler Public Library is now publishing an e-newsletter, which I'm receiving every month, so putting it in the package. And we finally received a response from FCM, or the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, when we withdrew this year. But I think they've using a form letter, or they got us mixed up with somebody else. Because the stats that they're quoting in the letter don't apply to the county of Stettler. So.
Yeah, and I guess just back to 12.1, since that point, we have had an offer to have a meeting with the Premier and RMLA and the Minister of Agriculture. And I would hope we can get the Minister of Environment in that meeting also too on mature assets and what it does to our areas. So we'll keep people updated on what that date is. But that does look, it would be joined with surface rights with some of the representatives of municipalities.
Right.
And not necessarily our RMA wouldn't be part of that.
Right, but those topics are mostly the mature asset, lack of payment on taxes and landowner leases.
And future.
And water.
And it's trying to stay away from future.
Right.
Future lack of payments or reduction in payments. So we've had some very strong conversations on it. So it's.
And also included in that is as we continue to try to push for additional funds to get our rural water lines up to people.
Absolutely, get water up to people. Yeah, yeah. Councilor Stevens?
I actually had a interesting conversation with RJ about that, Minister Segerson. And this bureaucratic definition that seems to be standing in our way where it has to end in an urban center. And if it doesn't, it's not eligible for grant funding. Seems to be way too tight of a parameter to do it any justice. So if we end in a 6-household urban center, that's fair game. If we run a rural water line that ties in 20 farmers, no, that's not eligible. It's not helping enough people. Like your definition has become so tight that it's hurting the true cause of what it should be doing. And he seemed very sympathetic to that.
Yeah, and council's done, I think, an excellent job of lobbying exactly for that, to take away the definition of a transmission and a distribution line. And that's always been, but like, we're distributing water throughout the county of Stettler. We should be entitled to the same grants that Shirley McCollum receives.
And mainly with the transmission lines, you take your feeder lines off their distribution.
That point was made to the premier as well, because she was, earlier that day, she was visiting the Alliance School, because it's quite a novel school system with emphasis on ag, and some of the training that they're doing there is very impressive. Kudos to them. But I said, we got grant funding, or the commission did, to go to Perbucan. Well, where's that? Well, you drove by it. It's so small you didn't even notice, but you had to drive by it to get to Alliance. Ontario, my apologies.
Yeah.
But that was eligible, just not rural water lines. So if it's so small you don't even know where it is, maybe we can do more good running to rural areas.
I think in the last 8 to 10 years, you guys have been in front of the ministers in Edmonton twice a year. And water has been the #1 topic, trying to push to get rural water lines, especially out to people who are hauling water or very bad quality water, or just have no water at all. Yeah.
Okay. Councilor Gender, you had here.
You know, it's one that, like, we listen on the news and like there are boil water advisories. For Christ's sake, we've got some people in the county that don't even have water to boil. So where the hell do we even start at?
Hey. Any other questions on consent agenda items? Councilor Grover, call the question, all in favor? That's carried. That would put us to start our in-camera session.
Yes. At noon, I thought you guys were doing it, or is she here? Approved, we haven't awarded it yet? Oh, then we could go with that.
Okay, I thought it was
Presentation.
request for decision awarding, yeah, I just thought it was. So we will move back to 7.3. I wasn't the only one confused on that because everybody agreed with me to move it to noon. So request for decision, re-awarding the 2025 ASP bursary, page 31 of the package.
Chairman, I think our chair of the Ag Service Board, did you want to speak to this?
Sure, I can. We had, well, I should probably, Paul's not here, but Paul was on the board as well for the selection committee, but we had a number of really good applications this year come in. And of course, in the end, the one selected was Rachel Deaver, and she is pursuing a career as a veterinarian. And so with the large animal vet shortage in Alberta, it is really encouraging to see Rachel following into that field. And so she looks like a very, very deserving candidate for the County of Stettler's ASB bursary.
I was asked one question. I didn't really know the answer to it, believe it or not. Do they have to live in the county of Stettler to get this work? They can't live in the town.
No.
Okay,
We've
that's all I
made
want to
it-
know.
We've made it, so that's for county residents, right? Yeah.
I guess that is one of the requirements. Did you get, Paul, this year, were there any applications from outside the county?
They live in the,
We did have one from in town there that we disqualified because it was county
do you
application.
live out of town? Yeah.
And we had everything from people wanting to be school teachers to agronomists, whatever. The one that we choose stood out in my mind when we went over them. And Farah agreed that it was above all, and she's wanting to be a veterinarian, practicing in the big animal veterinarian side, which we don't see a lot of, which is all good. And she wants to come back to the community to help do the veterinarian work within this area. So
Which we do have a local that just graduated out of veterinary college, or, university, and back in our community as a practicing as a vet. So that's wonderful when we can get our homegrown people to come back. So
Yeah, she's another just outstanding young person that we're fortunate enough to have in the county of Stettler. And she lives close to me, so I've got a lot of horses, so I might be your best customer.
well, she likes mean cows. Hey. So
If I may, Mr. Chair, so what we will do is with the conclusion of this recommendation, we will have the award recipient come and meet with the Ag Service Board in the June meeting. And the presentation will be made at that point in time, and we'll have lunch with us then.
okay, gotcha. Someone can move it. Councilor McKay,
I will move it.
number one.
Yes, please.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Now, if someone can move us in camera. Councilor McKay,
I will do so.
call the question, all in favor? We are in camera.
Stevens?
I'll make a motion to approve the Red Willow Lagoon Outlet Project with funding to come from a combination of grants, reserves, and operations, and to authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to enter into any grant agreements available for the Red Willow Lagoon Outlet Project. Oh, and to authorize the CAO to contract the services of Stantec to provide detailed design and tendering services for the Red Willow Lagoon Outlet Project.
Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Oh, there's none opposed. You had your hand up, Pete? Okay. Okay,
About time we put it, I got the hell out of it.
Counselor McKay?
Village of Big Valley, Village of Denalda, Summer Village of White Sands, and Summer Village of Rochelle Sands participate in developing a fire commission.
Call the question, all in favor? Carried. So, last thing on our agenda. Next meeting is May 28th, 2025. And
Yeah, that's good going.
motion for adjournment, Councilor Grover. Call the question, all in favor?